Hey, what's up, guys? Just gonna be doing a relaxing, maybe no cam, maybe cam, I don't know, stream where I am going to be working on some transcriptions, which is where I'm listening to a song and writing it down in sheet music so that I can work with it later. We will be working with Mask using the TurboGrafx or PC Engine um, chipset and eventually remixing it into an entire song involving saxophone solos and fun stuff like that. I look forward to making the entire Super Mario 64 album and putting it on OC Remix. Hopefully, we can enjoy that process too without getting tilted. Thank you. See you there, twitch.tv/Rebecca Lauren. Hey, what's up, guys? Just gonna be doing a. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, what's up, guys? Just gonna be doing a relaxing, maybe no cam, maybe cam, I don't know, stream where I am going to be working on some transcriptions, which is where I'm listening to a song and writing it down in sheet music so that I can work with it later. We will be working with Mask using the TurboGrafx or PC Engine chipset and eventually remixing it into an entire song involving saxophone solos and fun stuff like that. I look forward to making the entire Super Mario 64 album and putting it on OC Remix. Hopefully, we can enjoy that process too without getting tilted. Thank you. See you there, twitch.tv/Rebecca Lauren. Hey, what's up, guys? Just gonna be doing a relaxing, maybe no cam, maybe cam, I don't know, stream where I am going to be working on some transcriptions, which is where I'm listening to a song and What? What is up, you guys? What is up? How is everybody? How is everybody doing? Welcome, Queen Medusa. I'm really glad this. I'm really sad to hear that, Medusa. You know, work stress is really frustrating, especially when you have to work with somebody who's rude or you have to deal with a customer. I understand. I worked in retail before. I'm just kind of getting started. I'll get the cam set up in a bit, but I'm just kind of eating breakfast. I mean, lunch, making some tea, putting a bra on, and then I'll get started. I actually wanted to start like at 9 in the morning, because I wanted to practice like getting up for a job, which is not something I've done in a very long time. I know that like obviously I go at my own pace, and I have SSI, and I'm permanently disabled, and working on trying to not be disabled is the thing. But it just sucks when you have to when you have to learn it, like, you know, it obviously, it's just so stressful when you have to deal with life and you can't do it at your own pace, and that's kind of the biggest issue I have. But luckily for my stream, I literally have no responsibilities. I have no contracts. I have no time limit, so I can really practice good habits. But I wasn't really good this morning, but it's okay because we're here now. We're doing the work. And that's kind of the cool thing about content creation in general, is that I have all the time in the world. I can go at my own pace, on working on this soundtrack. Maybe I can get to maybe I can get some clout. If I can make some good remixes and put them on OC Remix, and people will listen to it and they'll see my profile and they'll know that I'm like a streamer and a YouTuber. That's kind of the idea, isn't it? Like, you want to get discovered through like actual meaningful discovery, not just like, hey guys, click my link. Like, nobody sticks around from that. Nobody sticks around, because why would you? It's like it's meaningless. Here, I can probably put the cam here for this stream. Just gotta Usually, like, getting my desk situated properly is actually kind of a challenge. Like, trying to get things situated where I'm gonna put the camera, etc., on my desk, and not be cluttered, and have a good workflow, especially when I have stuff on the desk for like my MIDI keyboard. It's kind of difficult. I don't know. These kind of streams are about accountability. Basically, I want to be able to work and also document the work. Um, Not really an entertainment stream, although hopefully it's educational. People learn like a little bit of music theory from my streams, hopefully, and stuff like that. And I try to teach when I have like a teachable moment, every now and then. Disability's really hard. It's really hard to get, and honestly, I don't think you'll be very successful with that. But maybe you can. Oh, I mean, disability, regular disability is fine. I'm pretty sure you can get something or some kind of accommodation. But if you want to get what I have, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't qualify. I'm sorry. I had to fight really hard. I thought I wasn't going to be able to get it for a long time because I have an invisible illness. And it's not really an illness, it's just a permanent uh neurodivergence that has resulted in many different problems throughout my entire life. And we had to collect so much evidence, and doctors had to bend over backwards to scour the not the DMCA, the not the DMT, what is it called? The DSM. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna really do. Today's not really a. I'm not. I'm pretty much gonna be in my pajamas today. Like, the bare minimum is wearing a bra just so that I don't get banned. Um, and honestly, like, it's a little more comfortable when things are kind of, kind of more put in place. You know what I mean? It's like, interestingly enough, it's kind of funny. Like, it's like I replaced my balls with my breasts because basically, like, I don't know, it's this weird thing. Although I think breasts are a lot nicer than balls. Okay, a lot fucking nicer. Oh my god. Now I need to find the cable for my webcam. I need to plug in my lights. I have not done a cam stream in a while, like a few days. Not a while. Oh, I unplugged it. So now I have to find the plug. I hate trying to find USB cords. And just cables in general. The fuck? How did I accidentally... Oh, fuck! How did I accidentally make everything bigger or smaller? What the hell happened? What the hell did I do? When did that happen? Okay. Jesus Christ. I found it. Yeah, I found it. For the webcam. Oh, that's the wrong one. Never mind. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit. I need to find the webcam cord, and I already found the webcam cord, but I need to find the where I put the. I think I know where it is. I think I put it on the. Okay, I attach it to the other light. Um. Oh God. I'm just trying to get situated. Okay, I don't want to be uncomfortable. I want to get situated so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Get it situated. And I have my working environment. Oh God. What happened to the cap? I think like the cap fell off there. God damn it! What the fuck? Why is everything always falling? I'm just trying to fucking set it up. Come on. Everything always falls. Like, I'm just trying to set it up. Jesus Christ, dude. And now I have to find the cable again. And my monitor fell. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, crap. Yeah, it takes a very long time. Don't wait, don't say it's too early. Go talk to a therapist right away. If you think at all, you know, that you have gender dysphoria about that, just start as soon as possible, because it took me 2 years just to get a consultation, okay? So don't put it off. Don't put it off, because you can back off, you know, you can back down literally like any point, like along the 2 to 4 year process, okay? Like, just get started, and at the very least, you'll find out what you need. You know, if you're trying to transition in any way medically, just get started right away. like talk to a therapist, figure out what your needs are, because you need to be on hormones for like 2 years just to get a consultation. And orchiectomy is a big decision if you you know, because I got that luckily, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. But if at any time, you know, like obviously after that there's no going back. um and definitely no going back after the vaginoplasty. um but honestly, like, don't wait to talk to someone because you can always back down. You can always back down. You got plenty of freaking chances to back down, believe me. Just fucking believe me, okay? You got so many chances to back down. What the hell happened? What's up with the drivers? It did this on my old PC too. I just wanted to act like a normal, like my mouse. And now it's like acting like it was before. What is going on? It's Wacom. It didn't do this last time. What the hell? There's no Wacom service? It's like I get really freaking frustrated sometimes. Jesus Christ. There. That's where it should be. Like my regular mouse. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm like already off to a bad start at sea. I just want to get things situated and calm down. Okay, I might take a little bit of time. I mean, the last thing I need is like things falling down and losing and not knowing where things are when I'm trying to work, okay? Oh, now I'm pinching cables? Oh, God. I try so hard to keep everything clean and organized, and it's like I'm still pinching cables under my desk. Oh, God. Uh, like, I just trying to put it all against the wall so that everything's clean. And it just somehow everything just still fails. It's crazy. Webcam plugged in. Bra is on. Won't get banned. Okay. I need the lighting on because it's so bad right now. Oh God, what is going on? Everything like resized. Like I had everything set up like perfectly. And suddenly everything gets destroyed. Jesus Christ, dude. There. And then let me set up the light. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, and I dropped it. Now it's never gonna be found again. Jesus Christ, dude. I watch too much XQC. Not really, I just watch clips. What is up with the graininess still after all this freaking effort? Getting like and it unplugged just because I moved it. Yeah, I have not been in like streaming mode or video production mode like in like a week, okay? Like it's been too long. Um I feel really out of it lately, so things are going to be really bad and really scuffed for a bit. Just trying to get stuff together for my life. You know, it's really difficult. I've been really having like some bad mental health issues lately, but we're gonna try to get out of it, okay? There we go. And now I need headphones. Um, yeah, and you know, even like scuffed. You know, I'm still like super attractive, even with everything all scuffed and wearing pajamas. Like even with like looking all like disheveled and having like multiple like mental health issues the past few days, I'm still pretty attractive. Okay, let's be completely honest with myself, okay? If only I could actually manage how to navigate the world, I could be like a model, like a professional model and actress, like adult and otherwise. I mean, if I had the right resources, if I had some coaching, if I had job opportunities, If I had the opportunity, I think I could do really well, but I don't really get the opportunities. What is going on with the lighting? Is it like actually like interference from the like is there like something plugged in that's like causing interference or something? Like I don't really know what's going on. Like is it the monitor? Like something is going on like that's causing like a bunch. I know it's not just like it's just I don't know, maybe it's just the lighting. I don't really want to go full lighting today. Like it's just I'd have to have like usually I have three lights on me at least. God damn. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, it's just so frustrating. I got this freaking expensive cam and I still get all this freaking like graininess. Like it's just what the fuck is going on? Why is it so grainy? Do I need to plug it in somewhere else? Now it's just not working. If I plug it in there. Now what the fuck is going on? It won't work now. What the fuck? There. Jeez. I'm getting really ticked off sometimes at my work environment. Really fucking ticked off. Just trying to get some work done, and I can't even concentrate because, like, I have so many freaking technical issues. Like, tried so hard to get all my technical issues settled, but it's just frustrating every single time. Like, oh, gotten, like, my cam is, like, never positioned properly. Like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck do I have to do to get, like, a professional setup? Like, I try so hard to get things looking nice and, like, good lighting and all that. And it's just, like, constantly freaking just looking scuffed. Oh. Hey, come on. Why does everything have to be so difficult? I'm trying to just... Like, the light just doesn't want to freaking just stay. I got it freaking... The tripod. God damn it. Why is the tripod not fucking standing? God damn it. Now my food's falling. Everything has to fall. Just trying to freaking, like, get my setup. It's like it's constantly having to adjust every single time. Because it's just, like, not fucking working right. God damn it. Just want, like, a professional setup. That's all I want. And it's not about, like, equipment. It's like I just want a professional setup. Like, I have the equipment, but it just doesn't look professional. Like, I've been trying to set it up, like, on the software end so many times. God damn it. I just want to look like a professional. Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, now where are my headphones? I want to be able to just, like, wake up, go to the studio, have all my equipment ready, all my instruments, like, easily accessible in their cases, music stands, microphones. Like, I just want to have a studio one day. But it's just like that costs so much fucking money. Or, like, oh, God damn it. It's like all I've ever wanted was just a professional studio. But the only people who get access to that are, like, the people with enough money to do it. Like, I don't understand, like, why money has to be the option, like, the barrier to so many creative things. And I'm trying so hard to work with what I have, but it gets so frustrating, with my life issues, my autism issues, with gender dysphoria issues, and social issues from all those things, and just lack of funding. And just the fact that I just don't, just get tilted because of all that. That it's so hard to even, like, get anything done. But that's what we're here trying to do. You know. Okay, I need to cross this over a new page. What and what the fuck? Why did it crash? Okay. 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 Mm, up to the G. And then it's an octave. Boom, boom, boom. Oh God. Uh, okay, yeah, bing, bang, and a little tail there. Okay. Yeah, like that. Little lightning bolt, and then boom, juicer. Quarter note juicer. Imagine when XQC gets to the point I'm at with music. If he ever does. I don't think he will. I have like 20 plus years of music experience. I don't think he does. But you know, he could learn. He could learn theory. It's really actually very helpful to know theory. People say, "Oh, I don't learn theory. It influences my music." That's just a cop out. They're too lazy to learn. It frees you up because you don't have to think about things as much. The goal of music is to be able to work without as much without being without the shit like in like bogging you down, without, you can just think, oh, what's a minor sixth, like you can just like, think about that like really quickly. You don't have to like, oh, what's this note to this note, it's like it's like that's a major sixth. I mean a minor six, yeah. It's a major third down from C. Okay, we're ready to like truly get started now that I finished eating, having that out of the way. um yeah, mostly just trying to get situated, you know? What's up with my CBR? Why is it way up to 6,200? It should only be... Let's just put it at 5,500. It has to take into account the audio, I think. Okay. Also, I think I need to adjust my audio just a little bit, because I think what happened is it's still too high, the input. Let's go down to like 55. Okay, and I just raise up the output gain a little bit. Okay, and that should be fine. This is kind of, yeah, just yeah. This is actually I think this is kind of this is about where it should be. No, it's a little too high. Okay. Yikesies. Okay. It should be fine, right? Hi, Ahmed. How you doing? Your name reminds me of a chess player. Ahmed Malik. For the longest time, I thought his name was Ahmed Dalek, which I guess is like a Doctor Who thing. For the longest time, I thought his name was Ahmed Dalek, but it's Ahmed Malik. Yeah. So we're just doing some transcriptions. I hope you're having a great day. Very kind of more educational stream, kind of just chill stream. Obviously, we can still hang out and chat like usual, but mostly just trying to get this work done because I want to be able to transcribe this so that I can start remixing it. In my process, and also it's really good for my ear training. So I'm doing multiple things. I'm transcribing, which is amazing training. Um, all the Ahmeds know each other, or you are Ahmed Malik and you changed your name. Yeah, I think all the Ahmeds know each other, just like all the Rebeccas know each other, but not all the KAHs. I only know the CCAs. Okay, I don't know any of the KAH. The Rebeccas with the KAH. I only know the Rebeccas with CCA. Okay. It doesn't work that way. Everybody named Ahmed knows each other. There's a secret club. Everybody named Rebecca with CCA knows each other. We all know each other. We all like follow each other on Instagram. Mm. And the problem with this, I think I need to extend the canvas size on my template. I don't want to do this now. This is perfectly reasonable amount of space. If I can use the octava symbol, like I can just, if I wanted to play this an octave up, I could just do octava, or I could even do what is it, quintava, for 2 octaves. Quintava. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oops, yeah, quintava, or you can do octava, because it's based on Italiano. A lot of the music terms are based on Italian. So you say octava, and I think what is it, quince? I know in Spanish, but would it be like quintava? Sounds like a Sounds like something you have that has eggs and like falafel in it. Like I don't know. Okay. Ba-da-ba-da. Did I even get that rhythm right last time? Do 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 do. 3, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, so yeah, you got two eighth notes, and then what's the leading up note here? And then you just do it the same exact thing. One, two, three, and then 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Ah! What the fuck did I do? Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay, so yeah, it's a single. It's a single beat. Bum, ba, bum. Dun, 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 dun. Quarter note. Da. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and then on the and of 4, and it's an anticipation too. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, oh. Ya da da, ya da da, ba-dum da, ya da, ya da. So we got the, pretty much we just had the first ending. So this is the first ending. We got the first ending, and then I need to write the. I think the second ending is basically just the same. Why you choose Super Mario? Because it's really fun and everybody knows it. And I'm gonna be doing I'm gonna be making a remix of it using Defil Mask. I'm gonna show you Defil Mask really quick and what it can do if you don't know what Defil Mask is. Oh fuck! I need to fucking turn that off. The intro. Fuck. Sorry about that. I hope I didn't hurt you. God damn it! I really freaking hate ear rape. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I'm really afraid sometimes of like actually damaging people's ears. It's a real worry. Like I don't want to do that. I hope you're okay. Um, I think I have a limiter on, so I do know that like hardware does have like natural limits, but still, it's actually a real problem. That it can actually hurt people. Um, if I can find the options. I guess I can't I guess I can't change that. Like whether it loads the thing at the beginning. Oh well. But like for example, I'm gonna be using the PC Engine chip, which sounds like this. wait, how do I need to learn the key bindings. Yeah, this is not mine, by the way. That's a demo song included with Defle Mask, which is made by volunteers. It's like they call it what like donateware or whatever, you know, like basically an honor system. And I donated like whatever, a few extra bucks too. By Michiharu Ruko. And you know, like basically I love the sound of the TurboGrafx. I had a TurboGrafx when I was a kid, and I just want to use it because it has 6 channels as compared to the SID, which is the Commodore 64. So if I change change the system, the Commodore 64, oh, there's 2 different kinds. It only has 3 channels, and so it's a lot more to work with. I mean, it's a lot harder because if you look at this, the effects list, in order to use the 3 channels, you have to like basically condense everything, every single song. It's basically like Pro Tracker days back in Amiga early days. The Pro Tracker, it's like it's unnecessarily like we have better technology now, and obviously I'm still trying to limit myself to the chipset. But at least I'd rather have 6 channels than 3 channels. So it's like you have to change like individually, like with each note, like you have to basically condense it all into like 2 different parts into 1 channel, and you have to switch instruments. Like you have to like put them all in there in the same channels, and there's only like, I mean, obviously it's limitation there. Limitation creates innovation, but at the same time, I'd rather work with 6 channels than 3 channels for real. Like if I open up a demo song for though, it is a cool it is a cool chipset. Oop, if I open the demo songs for C64, it's Commodore 64, the SID chip. You know, like it's very cool. Yeah. Twisted, I already told you. I told you on Discord. I won't stream Osu unless it's ASMR, and I'm just like you cannot stream Osu without copyright. It's not possible. And I know that people say, "Oh, you know, but Osu, they have the rights for for a lot of the music." That's not how it works, and they even clarify that on the website. You cannot stream Osu, even though there's a Twitch category. You cannot stream the music at all. People stream it, but they shouldn't. They get muted, but the thing is, it's worse than that because it's, you know, if you're streaming on YouTube and Facebook, it creates all these different issues across platforms. And the thing is they only license the music for use within Osu. They don't license it for streaming. And the way I know a lot about DMCA. We talked about this last time. No, it's fine. I'm not angry at you. It's just I told you already when we first talked about this. There's so much stuff to DMCA that people don't even understand, and I linked a whole Devin Nash video to it. And it's all true. DMCA is not something you want to fuck with. It's seriously, you will get banned permanently, and not only that, if you're a bigger streamer, you can get a lawsuit. And they're gonna, especially if you're a multimillionaire, they're gonna try to take all your money. But you know, like a lot of the things, like, yeah, you might get your VOD muted. That might be the worst thing that happens, but I don't want to risk it at all, especially with Facebook. On Facebook, it'll just completely, like, I don't want to get banned from Facebook. Like, I don't want to fuck around with that. And so it's like, obviously, if I stream Osu, it's not going to have the music. And I don't really feel like there's a point to streaming Osu. I'd rather just play it on my own and enjoy it. And climb the rating ladder. And also, I don't really play that way anyway. The way I play on stream, like, it's too stressful. Because it's like I have to be in performance mode. I'd rather completely focus on it for a short amount of time, you know, as I feel like it. You know, like I like kind of like pick up Osu like it's an arcade game. I don't want to have to commit to an entire stream. And so usually when I do a stream, the way I work, the way I think about how I'm going to do a stream or not is I want to think about, like, you know, I don't really plan too much. But what I do is I kind of have like a theme, like like plan an activity that I'm going to do, and I want to stick to it for at least like an hour or two. And with games like Osu, I just kind of want to enjoy it by picking up and playing like it's an arcade game. You know what I mean? Here's the Game Boy. So the thing about a lot of the chipsets, besides like the SID or the TurboGrafx, like they have 4 channels and you can't switch between different types, but you can make different instruments types. So you can manipulate the square waves, and it's generally how it happens. Is when I'm learning about chip tunes in general. Is that basically you have like a basic channel, like a square wave, and then like a sine wave, and then a noise channel, like basic 4 channel for not 4chan, basic like 4 channel setup for the Game Boy chip, which is similar to the Famicom chip, the Nintendo chip, NES chip. Um, and what you have is you have a bunch of different effects that you can apply to each of those channels. And then also you can alter those instruments. Like if you want to make a bass, it's like it's the same exact you're just altering the way the wave works. And it depends on which channel you're using. And that's for like the noise channel. And then you have different wave tables that you can switch. This one only uses 1. And that's for the sine wave. That's like, oh, I can use a wave like that for like when I want to do Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance. Dude, people talk shit about Harmony of Dissonance, about the soundtrack being like too old school, or like, I actually really freaking enjoy, because it basically uses the Game Boy Color sound chip, but on a Game Boy Advance. But honestly, I thought the Harmony of Dissonance soundtrack is like freaking like amazing. But yeah, well, I hope you have a good day at school, Twisted Reality. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so I want to, after I get like a whole bunch of stuff, I really want to work on what I'm doing now is I'm doing transcriptions, which is good music, which is good ear training. And also it's useful, it's functional as well. It's so that I have something to work with without having to because I don't want to transcribe while I'm writing it. I want to separate it into different processes. And so what I'm going to be doing is I first transcribe the music, and then I set it aside so that when I'm ready to actually produce the music, I don't have to transcribe it. Like I don't have, that's one extra step that I don't have to think about during music production. So that like while I'm producing it, I have all the notes ready, and also I have it in my ear better, because actually the process of transcribing um the process of transcribing gives you a lot more ear, like it puts the music in your ear better, and also gives you a firm understanding of the structure of the song, more than if you just kind of did it like, kind of ad hoc. Like if you kind of just did it as you went, I feel like that's a little sloppy, and obviously you can do that in a pinch. But I would rather separate the processes. Like do transcription isolated from production, and do production isolated from mixing, because those are all 3 different processes. Because transcription is literally just getting the notes on a page so that you kind of, it's basically like it's like a scratch pad. Like it's a sketch. Like you're just sketching it out so that you know what it looks like. And obviously the goal is to make it sound good. And that's what the production stage is. That's when you like, practice it on your instrument and like, and you're going to record it. You're going to do multiple takes. Like that's a separate process from the transcription process. And obviously, if you replace this with like composing, if you compose, it might be the reverse. Like you might record it first and then transcribe your recording and then record it again. Like composing, I think composing from scratch, like composing an original song, I feel is like a different process that I'm not really like wanting to get into right now. I kind of want to just let's learn from the masters first. And I've done, I've obviously for video game soundtracks, I want to listen to stuff like Super Mario and like and then we're gonna do Beyond the Beyond. After I finish the Super Mario, I'm gonna do an album for every single game that I want to do. So it's like, and then put it on OC Remix. And then hopefully, I have an OC Remix account. Let me just let me get some Beyond the Beyond music playing. OST. Beyond the Beyond. And I could play this on flute. I could play this on flute. I gotta be careful in YouTube now because I found out that naked yoga is a thing, and I think the human body is beautiful. I honestly think the human body is beautiful, and I was watching some naked yoga, but I'm afraid every single time that they're gonna recommend. I don't think they recommend age restricted stuff in the side, but you never know with YouTube. Okay, so I don't want to get banned for having naked people. I think the human body's pretty beautiful, honestly. And I think people like, obviously, it's okay to be sexually aroused. Obviously, respectfully, according to the person. If somebody, but obviously, I think it's perfectly okay to be aroused by naked yoga, whether it's like intentional or not. I personally think it's fine to be aroused. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I feel like people should stop shaming human sexuality. I might actually do some naked yoga for YouTube. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can play it on stream. Akira Yamaoka. Sarah. Oh, it's from Silent Hill. Oh my god. Oh, from the movie. Which is basically the Silent Hill. Isn't like the basically like the Silent Hill 3 soundtrack? I think this is a remix, right? Yeah, we're definitely gonna do Silent Hill, by the way. We're definitely gonna do Silent Hill at some point. Silent Hill has like amazing soundtrack. And then there's theme of Laura. I just don't know how much I can play on stream. And there's Kate Bush running up the hill, of course. That's something different. Yeah, Silent Hill is an amazing game. And I like the movie too. I don't think I can play this. Yeah, it's copyrighted. Well, I mean everything's copyrighted, but I mean it's like copyrighted on YouTube, like specifically like listed in the algorithm. I generally use YouTube as a guide. I think I can play a few seconds of it. Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. There's a whole bunch of amazing soundtracks, and my goal is to put stuff up on put stuff up on OC Remix. Because I think I do have an account. We have listened to a lot of OC Remix on stream. And here's oh, this is a new one. I haven't listened. Oops. Oh, I'd be careful with Twitter. Oh. Yeah, so it's like a really cool website. I do believe I have an account already. I don't have anything uploaded. Mm, mm. Wait, where? How do I log in? I don't see a login. Okay, here we go. Sign in. Oh God, I don't remember which I logged in with. Was it Google or Facebook? Oh, hi. Hello. Hi, how you doing? Yeah. Thank you. I hope you have a good day. Awesome. My yeah, I got my weekly food deliveries. They're starting to deliver me like groceries now. Like they give me some milk and bread and eggs, like normal stuff. Gave me like a little card with a dog on it. I hope you can find the love in this food and this card. Mm. Look at that little doggy. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy with all that food. And this milk is good. I haven't had milk. I don't usually have milk. It's just so, like, it's not that much milk, but it's a nice little price, you know? Yeah, and it's just like it makes sure that because obviously I have money. I have money. Like, but the problem is it's not always that easy to get myself to the store to get food and stuff. And so a lot of the time, um, a lot of the time it's just really hard to even get food, and I need to make sure that at least I have a 1 year in badge. Oh, 6 minutes ago. I joined March 9th, 2021. Yeah, so I don't have any, on my profile, let's see. So if I look at my profile, I mean, this is my profile, I think. How do I need to look at it from incognito? It's, what does it look like if someone goes to my profile? I need to have my I need to list my Twitch, my socials. Because what's gonna happen is I basically want to submit a bunch of remixes and hopefully get some discoverability. Um. Okay. Website URL, Twitter. Just have them go to my Twitter. Everything is listed there. It's a female. Just making video game remixes. And I listened to this on stream. Content creator. Oh, oops. I don't need. Okay, no, I can do website URL. I can just do my website. Uh, and I can just do my Twitter username. But Collaboration status, very interested. Software. Um, None of these. That's kind of weird. I guess. Oh yeah, Cubase. No, not Cubase. How come Cakewalk's not listed? It's so weird that they don't list anything. Uh, and Duffel Mask. Uh, Real instruments. Um, Recording myself playing flute, clarinet, saxophones. Arrangement, orchestration, oh, what? Drum programming, lyrics, mixing, mastering, recording. I don't have, well, yeah, so this is the sound design. Not accordion, acoustic guitar. I guess that would account, yeah, clarinet, oop, acoustic guitar, clarinet, some drums, oops. Like electric bass, electric guitar, flute. I could play French horn and stuff in a pinch, but I'm not really gonna put down all that. Piano, some, I guess. Alto sax, tenor sax, soprano sax. I'm only gonna list vocal collecting. Vocals female, alto, and down to tenor. You sometimes up to soprano. Instrument vocal skills. About me. I love listening to video game OSTs and remixes. I would love to finally be a part of the remix community and am working, okay, remix community and then on releasing as many projects as possible. Save. And so, like, you know, if I keep submitting remixes, people will find my channel and they'll see all my stuff. They'll see my Twitter username. They'll see my website. Wait, where's my website listed? Oh, here, about me. Yeah. Oh, no. Didn't I put in my website? Oh, here we go. Website URL. You can't click on it, which is frustrating. But people can go to my website, RebeccaLauren.com, where they'll find my Twitter and my Twitch and my YouTube and my articles. Made an article the other day. Yeah. By the way, you'd be psychotic if you called this person a female. Before people's like, you know, try to cancel me or whatever, you'd be psychotic if you called this person a female and that this person belongs in the women's restroom. Honestly, like, you know, if you look like this, I don't think you know, it's like, I don't think this person would feel comfortable going in the women's restroom. Whether that person has a vagina or not, I don't think that's appropriate. I don't think this person would think this is appropriate. That's not the person in this video, but it's a video that Vosh talked about. Nobody is like this yet? God damn it. I thought this would do pretty well. It was contemporary stuff, contemporaneous. It's political. Like, you would think that, like, they would get some discoverability here. Like, this video was just published the other day, and, like, I wrote about it. Like, you would think that there'd be some kind of, discovery already. Sometimes I feel like somebody's out to get me. Like, somebody's literally, like, limiting my discoverability. It's really frustrating. But no, the thing is a lot of people will try to cancel me because they would say, oh, but you know, gender isn't about how the way you look. And it's like, obviously, I understand that. But as an introduction to a transphobic person or somebody who is potentially transphobic, I think it's a really good place to, in a really good introduction to say this person, you know, is male because, you know, because obviously gender is a spectrum and your gender identity has nothing to do with the way you look. Obviously, those of us who are trans and people who are aware of trans, gender spectrum and just gender spectrum in general, people who are like, very like, voiced and, or what's the word? People who are very like, read in, about the subject, understand that, like, obviously that's a terrible, reductive statement is to say, a very reductive statement to say, like, you'd be psychotic to call these people women. But that's because contextually, these are trans men. And so it's like, obviously contextually, it's understanding to say that. But at the same time, like, obviously it's way more complicated than that. Like, you look at you look at trans men and trans women. Oh God, my freaking monitor. I mean, like, if somebody said, I'm talking about the transphobic people. Like, if a transphobe, if any of these women, like, you saw any of these women who are clearly expressing themselves as binary, female appearance, right? You saw any of these women and you like started screaming at them saying, um, like, started screaming at them and saying, you're really a man, you'll never be a real woman. Like, you realize how psychotic that is? Like, when someone's clearly presenting themselves as binary female, there's a very, like, the reason we have gender expression in the first place, is because, we identify a certain way, and gender expression exists for a reason. There is like a bimodal gender expression. But however, there is a lot more nuance to it. And some people are non-binary, and some people, just because you don't look a certain way doesn't make you your gender. I understand that, and I understand, like, the trans community would frickin' try to cancel someone for saying that. But if you need to understand that the audience that needs to hear this is not trans people. We already know we already have the memo, okay? Like, the audience who needs to hear that are the people who, like, have never even met a trans person in their life. All they hear is, like, all the bullshit rhetoric from, like, Fox News, and they think trans women are, like, out to, like, kill children or whatever, groom children, or, that's all they think about. And they don't even think about trans men, because you almost never hear about trans men in the news. Because it ruins their entire argument, because they just want to paint trans women as, like, child predators or whatever. And so it's like, anytime you hear about trans men, like honestly, like, if you want to just introduce someone to the concept of, hey, like, it's psychotic to call this person who is clearly presenting themselves as male, and this applies to, it start with the binary before you go non-binary, and before you go with, like, people just starting transition, or, like, that's really, that, you have to get them here first. You have to show them this dude and say, if you tell me, are you going to look me in the eye and tell me that this dude, who is very clearly presenting himself as male and very clearly has a stereotypically male body, because this is what they do. These transphobic people, they look at this person and they say, well, that's a female. And they fold their arms and they act like they're fucking, like, pwned a liberal or whatever. But that's psychotic, okay? If you point to this person and say that person is a woman, when this person is very clearly like presenting as male and very clearly looks stereotypically binary male, you have to introduce them to the concept of binary, stereotypical appearance first. Because obviously you could say, oh, well, you say, well, this person's a woman because this person identifies as a woman, and this person literally doesn't, because transgender man literally, this person literally identifies as male. But if this was the other way around, if there was a trans woman who looked like this, that doesn't matter. But like, in order to get someone started on the path of understanding trans identities, which is basically the same as cis identities, just starting from a different point, you have to show them this and say, if you were going to look me in the eye and tell me this is a woman, I don't know how to help you. There's no helping you at all. Like that's psychotic. And this guy Noah, where is he? Um, where is he? I just saw him. Where was he? Oh yeah. Oh, here. This guy Noah. Like he was told to use the woman's restroom because he's trans, and then he got beat up anyway. He got harassed by a bunch of park people. That's a very nuanced topic, and I blocked you from Restream chat, although yeah. I don't want to, if you're not coming here in good faith. You're not coming here in good faith. You're not here to have a legitimate conversation about trans women in sports, and you know it. You're not here to have a legitimate conversation, because there is a legitimate conversation, but when people start coming at you with those kind of questions, they're not coming from a good faith scientific standpoint. They claim they are because they're like, oh, I just want to think about it. It's like, no, you're not. The only reason people talk about trans women in sports at all is because they want to delegitimize trans women, which is literally like what people have been doing to cisgender women since the 30s when they started doing sex testing. The history of trans women in sports goes well beyond trans women in sports. It's just basically harassing women in sports in general. Women have already been, cisgender women who just had like, a slightly bigger shoulders or slightly bigger legs or whatever because, oh, your skeletal structure must be male. You must be a man pretending to be a woman to compete. And then women subjected to very very invasive sexual testing of their anatomy, when they just want to compete in sports, and these are just cisgender women, and then trans women start competing, and lo and behold, there's an anti-trans narrative, and guess what they lock onto. They lock onto trans women in sports the same way that they locked on to cisgender women in sports. So if somebody comes at me, especially in my stream, with, oh, what do you think about trans women in sports? Like, that's not a conversation I can that's a conversation for scientists to have. Okay? Because in the general public, the conversation has been steered into a place of hate. The conversation has been steered into a place of discriminating against trans women. But this person who is literally a man and is like identifies as man, but because he was born with a vagina, and was actually told by the camp manager that he has to use the woman's restroom because he's a trans male, because he has woman body parts, and he's clearly like on hormones. I think he has a double mastectomy. I'm pretty sure. I think I saw him and I didn't see any breasts. At the very least, he was very much presenting as male and very much, I mean, obviously you look at the facial hair, very, very clearly on hormones, and that shouldn't matter anyway. But like this person was like harassed. He was a harassed even though he was following the rules. He was told that he couldn't use the men's restroom because he was assigned female at birth. And then he got beat up anyway. So like probably because they don't that because transphobic people probably don't know trans men exist. And they probably thought that this was like a trans woman trying to use the women's restroom, which is no problem either. If you know, and ironically, if he had used the men's restroom, he probably would have not had a problem at all. And that's kind of really fucked up and ironic because he's literally doing what he was told to do by the law, and then he got beat up for it because he doesn't freaking like. I wouldn't personally feel uncomfortable if I saw like a man in the women's restroom. Honestly, I'm not gonna like, you know, if that person feels comfortable in the women's restroom, who am I to say anything? I personally don't care. And I know a lot of cisgender women who don't give a fuck because the only people who seem to be the groomers and the weirdos, the weird psychotic people are the anti-trans people who are introducing transphobic laws that are like controlling which bathrooms people use. Those seem to be the only predators. You don't ever hear about a trans woman or even a cisgender man pretending to be a woman ever. Like if you do, like, you know, going into the women's restroom, and if you do, well, that person is committing a crime, and no amount of laws will change that because what are you gonna do? Like put like a guard out of every single public restroom in the fucking country, and grab their genitals, you know, look at their genitals anytime somebody goes into the bathroom? It's psychotic, okay? And people know it. And the only reason that people make any kind of like quote unquote arguments about like trans women in sports, or it's not because they have some kind of uh intellectual integrity or like intellectual curiosity. It's not because they want to think about science and like understand, you know, which scientists are already doing. There's a reason why there's already a lot of stuff going into, oh, you know, trans women in sports. Trans women have been allowed to compete for like 20 years or more. And there has not been an issue until it's been politicized unnecessarily. And if there are any kind of biological reasons, and if there are any biological reasons, I don't know what happened. Something just randomly minimized. Like, what the heck? If there are any biological reasons, who fucking cares anyway? Like, especially in like high school sports. But even in like the Olympics, who fucking cares? Is what like gonna be like one trans woman competing in an event? She might have an advantage. I mean, come the fuck on. You're not coming from a good place of good faith when you ask these questions. You're coming from a place of trying to discriminate against women, which is, you know, trans women specifically. So when people come at you with that, don't ever engage with them seriously, unless they're an actual scientist who doesn't have like a history of transphobic agendas. Okay, because you look at a lot of these, like, you know, people talking about it, even like the scientists and stuff. Sometimes these people are just coming from a place of hatred. And so, like, in the end of the day, there is an honest discussion about trans women in sports, but that question is irrelevant right now. It has not been a problem ever. And if it is, then that conversation is already being had by unbiased scientists, because scientists should be unbiased. That's their job. It's to just look at things from an unbiased standpoint. And try to come up with the thing, you know, especially in sports like the Olympics. There's not been a freaking single case of a trans woman dominating consistently in women's categories. And if there has, then there's already restrictions about, like, by weight and stuff, like powerlifting. There's already restrictions by weight, and usually the powerlifting women usually compete in men's categories, and not because they're men, but because of their weight and their muscle. Like, it's a different thing. That's because it's a weight class. And honestly, you know, super heavyweight division, who fucking cares? Let fucking trans women compete. And also, let fucking trans women dominate. You know why? Because there's like one or two of them in the entire fucking field across every single sport. So there's like, how many trans women can you even name who are in, like, who've competed in the Olympics or in any kind of professional sports? There's like a small handful of people. Even if they did dominate, who fucking cares? Let them fucking dominate. Who fucking cares? The only people who care are like, oh, if you think that she's not really a woman, then why don't you just like not accept her results anyway, and just accept that the person who got second is a cisgender woman. Like, if in your own mind, like, oh, but it's not fair. She's competing with, that person's competing with real women. It's like, fuck you. You're coming from a place of bad faith. You're coming from a place of hatred and just like flat out misinformation and fear mongering. Because that's what's been going on. It's been straight up fear mongering of, oh, trans women are absolutely crushing cisgender women. That's not happening. In fact, most of the time, cisgender women are absolutely dominating trans women. I could probably look up the specific data, but it's not worth it. You're not coming from a place of good faith. Nobody coming from, talking about this is coming from a place of good faith. They're coming from a place of trying to, like, delegitimize women. That's all that it's coming from. They're basically, ironically, their goal is to, like, have fairness for women, and yet they're discriminating against an entire demographic of women, specifically trans women. And they never talk about trans men in sports. You know why? Because it would be psychotic to allow a trans man who takes testosterone to compete in a woman's category. Just like it's psychotic to make a trans woman who has lower testosterone after a certain point than the majority of cisgender women. The majority of cisgender women competing in sports has higher testosterone than trans women competing in sports. Because that's the way it works. After a certain amount of time, especially after you've had like orchiectomy or full vaginoplasty, which, obviously at that point, the only thing that matters is the testes. So, after a certain amount of time, you literally have lower levels of testosterone than cisgender women. So if anything, cisgender women should be prevented from competing in women's sports, right? By that logic of, oh, you shouldn't let people, oh, but bone muscle, oh, bone structure, oh, but it's like, who fucking cares? You know what? What's his name? John Philip Sousa. I'm not John Philip Sousa. Freaking, what's his name? Michael Phelps. He has a freaking genetic condition that gives him like crazy like lung capacity. Should you ban him from swimming? Fuck no. Let him fucking compete. Let everybody who wants to compete, unless they're actually like cheating. And it's not cheating to be transgender, okay? Like, that's ridiculous. Just like it's not cheating to be born with a bigger bone structure if you're a cisgender woman. Which, by the way, a lot of people will even, like, point at cisgender women and say, oh, but that's a man competing. Because they're so glued to this rhetoric of this anti-trans rhetoric. They're so glued to this anti-trans rhetoric that has been fed to them on, like, Fox News and shit, that they immediately just assume that if somebody's masculine that they must be a trans woman. And it's like there was a photo of like every woman in the photo was a cisgender woman. And there was people going around saying, "Oh, this is one woman and three men." It's like that those are literally cisgender women. And you just called them men. That's really you start to see the pattern of all this misinformation and fear-mongering. There's a huge pattern, and it doesn't make any sense. It's absolutely psychotic. Anyway. Wait. 1, 2, 3. Oh, oops. Never mind. It's not a first ending yet. Oops. Not a first ending. Oop. Not a first ending yet. I jumped the gun on that one. Dun, 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 dun. I think I might have put this like an octave too low, but I don't think it really matters. I just want to have enough room, which is like, you could always play it an octave up. This is the whole idea of this is to just sketch it. You know, not to like, this is not like meant to be the end all be all production sheet music. Like, and I don't really need it because I'm going to be recording it. I'm not going to be like distributing it for people to play. One, two, three. Boom, boom, dun, 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 dun. And then you go over here. Oops. Oh, God, not again. I accidentally keep right clicking, and when I do that, it switches the color. Because it does color picker. If I do it off of stream, because I mean off of the window. Dun, 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 dun. One, two, three. Do 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 do. Okay, so start of the D. Do 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 do. D sharp. Do 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 do. E. Do. Do 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 do. Yeah, you know, it's like people were never talking about trans women in sports until it was politicized. That's basically that should get, you know, especially since all the fear mongering and anti-trans rhetoric. Nobody is coming from a place of good faith. Hey, Nate Dreams. The only person who was coming from a place of good faith was Destiny, and he got banned for it. And you know, people were not, you know, people were celebrating that in the trans community, and I think that's the biggest fucking bullshit thing that anybody can, like. Destiny is like one of the people who has been advocating for trans rights and educating people about trans issues for years. Okay, and like people celebrating him getting banned for having the only good faith conversation I've ever heard online about trans women in sports. The only good faith conversation I've ever heard was from Destiny, and he got banned for it. Okay, and so there's something seriously wrong when our own community is like acting in our own, like, you know, is not acting in our own self-interest. When they're canceling, they're trying to like freaking get people like Destiny and Vosh banned. And I'm sure people like, you know, do this, you know, people do the same thing for like Hassan. Um, but it's like, you know, these people are like our biggest advocates on Twitch, is, you know, and like the Twitch space. Like no question about it. Like Destiny specifically, like he's talked so many times about like trans issues. And so is Vosh. But people are like, oh, Vosh is a terrible person. All these allegations. Let me list all these allegations. And they do the same thing to Destiny, and they do the same thing to Hassan. They're like, oh, I have proof. And it's like a clip. And they're like, well, you don't understand. Like, you're twisting it out of proportion. Like, you're twisting it. Don't get it twisted, yo. But you know, the thing is, like, the only person who's ever had, that I've ever heard of, making an actual, good faith conversation about trans women in sports was Destiny, and he got banned. You know, and wait. Oh, never mind. Oop, I did it again, didn't I? But yeah, I mean, basically, I mean, anybody who comes into my chat, is going to get blocked if they start talking about trans women in sports, especially if that's the first thing they talk about. And especially just in general, somebody starts talking about trans women in sports, I'm sorry, you're going to get blocked, okay? No warning at all. It's like I do not want to have this conversation in my stream. It's been had so many times and it never comes from a place of good faith. And yeah, you may call me, oh, you're making an echo chamber. Well, this is my stream. I'm allowed to make an echo chamber here. You know why? Because it's my house. This is my house. And I'm allowed to have my own, if I want to, if things make me uncomfortable, certain topics, certain things make me uncomfortable, I have every right to ban people. And if you don't like it, make a new account and don't talk about that shit. Don't complain about it. Don't come at me and say, oh, you don't want to have a real conversation. Yeah, I do want to have the conversation, but with somebody who actually has good faith. And honestly, I don't really want to have the conversation because I'm not a scientist. Okay, and nobody who's an actual scientist should be having this conversation. And if they do, it should be from an educated standpoint and from a neutral, unbiased standpoint. And I think you have to tread very carefully with the topic of trans women's sports because of the constant fear-mongering and misinformation, outright lies that have been made about trans people in sports. Because, just unless you can give me a list of 10 trans women who have consistently dominated in the women's category, then I don't want to have a conversation with you. Because there has absolutely been, I don't think there's been a single trans woman who has consistently dominated. And if she did, well then, why would you delegitimize her efforts? She trained and she earned it, just like a cisgender woman did. Because you're not even allowed to compete until a certain point anyway. This is all I'm going to, you got me started, so I'm going to talk about it now, but in the future, this conversation is done. Okay? We are not having this conversation on my stream. I've already stated my point so many times, and it's been stated by so many different people, not just me, across multiple platforms. It does not need to be stated. The only reason somebody wants to argue it is because they want to find any reason whatsoever to delegitimize trans women. That's the only reason they start having this conversation. Which their conversation is just, oh, well, I'm right, and I don't care what you have to say. I just want to say that I'm right. That's all there is to it. Is these people, they already don't see us as women, and they want to find any reason possible to shit on us. And to paint us as some kind of predators who want to erase women. How can we erase women when we are women? Okay, You replace any kind of rhetoric against trans women and you replace it with cisgender women, and it just becomes sexist and misogynistic. Like, and that's what it is because people have been doing this to cisgender women since the 30s in sports. This is not new. And trans women are just the next thing, the next excuse, because these people, they want women to be erased anyway. And so they find trans women, they're like, oh, this is easy to convince people that trans women are actually men pretending to be women so that they can dominate in sports. If you think that it's easy to transition, and if you think it's easy to even be an athlete at all, especially like a trans person who is an athlete, who is under the scrutiny of the entire social platforms, of the entire, like, news outlets, like imagine being a trans woman who does excel at her sport. Imagine winning and then being like told that you're just stealing women, other cisgender women's fame or whatever. Like that if you think it's easy, then why don't you go do it? Go get on hormones for 2 or 3 years. And honestly, I do think that trans women, at a certain point, should just be allowed to. If somebody wants to use the bathroom, for example, I don't fucking care. That person is using the bathroom for whatever reason, even if it's a cisgender male. Maybe they had diarrhea and all the stalls were taken in the men's room, but for some reason there were no stalls. There were stalls available in the women's restroom. So maybe he had explosive diarrhea and he didn't want to ruin his like $100 pants. Okay? And so he went into the women's restroom to use the bathroom. Who fucking cares? I don't care if that person is cisgender or transgender. I don't fucking care. Nobody should care. If this person is going to commit a crime, that's different. But, like, why accuse every single person who goes to the bathroom of being a criminal? So it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous argument. The only reason people make these arguments is to delegitimize trans people. That's the only reason. And any good faith argument that would be had is like pretty much irrelevant because the data doesn't even suggest that trans women have a significant advantage. And anytime there is some kind of data, you have to question it because you have to say like, okay, well, did they make this decision like truly off of like the best interest of trans women and the other women in general? Like, or did they just like feel pressured politically? Like, so it's like trans people should not be politicized the way we are. There's absolutely no reason. I'm trying to go through my life and live my life, and I happen to go through a very specific medical need for that. That is nobody's business but my own, and I choose to share it, but it's really nobody's business. It's absolutely nobody's business. It shouldn't matter to anybody except the individual. And like, the people in their family hopefully support them and their friends. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. It's a completely personal thing that affects nobody. And there is absolutely there's no consistent evidence that trans women are just dominating consistently in women's categories. There's no evidence. If there is evidence, it's like a one-time thing. And then you could say, well, what if a cisgender woman got first place in that? Would you be saying that she has some kind of like problem that like makes it so that she's dominating women and it's unfair advantage? Like, yeah, I mean, they already do that. They already look for things like that in sports because it's competitive sports. Okay, like they already look for, oh, was this person like doping or whatever? Was this person using steroids? Was this person using like any kind of equipment that they were hiding or any like was there any kind of unfair advantage? They're already doing that. And if it was happening, trans women would have been like barred from competition like 15 or 20 years ago or whatever. I think in the Olympics, trans women have been allowed to compete for like the last 20 years. And it's only it hasn't even been until recently that like trans women have even started competing. Because you know why? We're like 1% of the population. And, competitive athletes at the top level are already so rare as it is among cisgender people. Imagine a top level athlete who's also transgender and also a woman, like a trans woman, like how rare that is. That even if there were like 3 women competing in the Olympics and they were always dominating, so fucking what? I feel like at that point they fucking earned it, okay? If you could get yourself on hormones for several years and then like, utilize whatever imagined advantage that people have, which is not based in science, but based in like fear mongering and just like armchair science. That's based on their, the C they got in high school science class. Like basic, not even basic understanding of science and biology, and claiming that just because they think something is true, that it must be true. That's not how science works. Evidence is what makes science. Evidence and like data, using evidence-based data, and forming conclusions based on that data, based on evidence, empirical data. And the empirical data on trans women does not point to any like conspiracy that like men are trying to erase women. And if there was, well, that person would be a man pretending to be a woman. It would not be a trans woman. If somebody's a trans woman and their hormones are at the level of cisgender women or lower, like lower testosterone than cisgender women, which is the case, especially after like 2 to 3 years. At this point, I could start competing in sports if I wanted to. But here's the thing. I fucking suck at sports. I'm not an athlete. I never was. And honestly, I'm stronger now since I started exercising than I ever was pre-transition. So obviously I would be, like, I think if I'd probably appease those freaking weirdos because it's like, oh, well, I didn't build muscle mass before. It's like, why are you nitpicking things so hard? You have such a freaking, like, hardcore fixation on trans people. And you replace any of this rhetoric with black people or Mexicans or just like women in general. You replace that with you replace trans people with any of these other demographics, and you start to see how freaking hateful and bigoted it, like how bigoted it is. Okay, so it's like you just like it boggles my mind how people are just like openly talking, like using the same kind of talking points that people had during the Jim Crow days. Oh, trans women, we shouldn't allow trans women in the bathroom. There should be a separate bathroom just for trans people. Oh, there should be just a separate place just for trans. Like, do you realize that that's the same shit that happened, during Jim Crow, but with black people? All the way up until the 60s when people had to fight, you know. And, like, trans women have pretty much been a part of the civil rights movement along with black people and just women in general. For forever, like the first person who threw the brick, at during the Stonewall, riots, or protests, was a black trans woman. So when people like look at the evidence, why don't you look at all that evidence of people being extremely discriminated against for generations, throughout time. Trans women have been completely discriminated against throughout all time, except in very specific cultures, where in some cases trans women are like honored. And in the vast majority of cases throughout history, trans women have been actively discriminated against, harassed, murdered, just for being who we are. And so you start to look at the patterns. Don't believe everything you think. Just because you think something is true doesn't make it true. And all the stuff that we know about trans people in sports and trans people in general is evidence-based. It is not based on feelings. If it was, it wouldn't be, like nothing in sports is just based on someone's feelings, especially at the top level. In high school, who gives a fuck? Let people compete in whatever the fuck they want. Because I doubt a boy would pretend to be a girl and get entire like news articles written about them and people giving them death threats, just so that they could win a high school basketball championship or whatever. That's psychotic. Like, nobody would do that. And if they did, well, and they're not actually trans, well, then that person would get caught. It would be pretty obvious. But even if they weren't, so what? For the sake of all trans people everywhere, let that person, destroy their reputation, destroy their life, just because they want to win a competition and they're not actually trans. Like, let that person do that, because all the trans girls,
and all the trans girls out there who are actually trying to compete because they love sports and they can't compete in the boys category because of dysphoria or even because their hormones aren't even where the guys are. They just can't because there's a reason why we separate categories anyway in most sports, especially like physical sports, is because testosterone has a real effect. And if you take HRT, you don't get that testosterone. So you wouldn't be able to compete in the boys category because all the boys are going through puberty and they have testosterone pumping through their fucking body like a bunch of freaking crazy weightlifters. Anyway, 2, 3. Do do do. Okay, so G, G sharp, A. We're almost got done with this entire freaking section. After like last night, it took me 3 hours because I got so tilted from real life stuff. I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna. Oh, oops, wrong thing anyway. Whoops. First of all, I forgot to put the sharp in there. One, two, three. Yeah, this is a little bit weird because there's a tie there. Usually you would want to put the stems down if it's above the middle line. But because of the tie on the C, I wanted to keep it like there, up. Boom. Yeah, I don't know. In the end of the day, things really are changing in a lot of the situations, but there really hasn't been a lot of change in trans women in sports. I'm gonna unblock you from Restream. I don't think you were blocked from YouTube. I just blocked you from Restream so I didn't have to see what you had to say during all that. I hope you understand it. If I unblock you and you continue to talk about that, you will be banned. Because I just do not want to have this conversation on stream, because it's just everybody's tired of it. Everybody in the trans community and in the trans ally community, like in the general community who are accepting of trans people, understands the rhetoric and understands that it's not coming from a place of good faith. That's all there is to it. And anybody who thinks otherwise, I'm sorry, but it's not my job to educate you. It really isn't. I've talked about it enough times on stream, and frankly, I don't have to. It's my stream. I just want to get my work done and talk about what makes me happy. And I don't even have to explain myself. I really don't. I really don't have to explain myself. At all. I could literally just ban people and not even explain myself. But I do in this case, because obviously a lot of people might think that they're coming from a place of good faith. Even if you are, I want people to understand that for many of us, that it's coming from we are used to people. You know, it doesn't matter what your intentions are, because we're just so tired of having this conversation with people. Is really all it comes down to. And it doesn't even matter if you actually here, I unblocked you, Bender Boys. Um Unfiltered you anyway. Because I don't think you were blocked. I think you could have been still talking to YouTube. I just didn't want to see it while I was explaining that. One, two, three. Okay. Oh, oops. No, it's bum banana. Okay, so I had this wrong. I had this wrong. Bum banana. It's not da da da. Okay, it's just the G sharp. It's just the G sharp. Oh, oops. Oh. And then it goes down to the A. 2, 3. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I was wrong about. Oh, I was right. Okay. Oh, and then I was. Oh, oops. Ba, 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 ba. Ugh. Okay, yeah, simple enough. One, two, three. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, oop. 1, 2. Okay, and then next page. One, two, three, four. Yeah, make that a whole note. And it's like right on middle C there. Okay. Okay, cool. We finally finished the first freaking phrase. Sheesh. Okay, yeah, and then that's first ending. I think I need to check my phone. Be right back. Like I said to the other person earlier, they're probably not, I don't know if they're here anymore. But this person said something. I'm deleting it from the from the Twitch. I deleted it from the Twitch chat. I'm gonna leave it in YouTube, but I'm gonna assume that this person, that's the only chance they ever get. One warning. This person saying, making the argument that biological men, like, oh god, this person is banned. Never mind. This person is just banned. Never mind. It's just, like, the fact that you call someone a biological woman, like, come on. That rhetoric has already been proven. It's already understood that trans women, we already understand that we're assigned male at birth. That's the whole idea. That's what makes us trans, is we're literally assigned male at birth. Nobody is making the argument that we're biological women. I don't know why people make this freaking weird fucking rhetoric of like, oh, biological men. Like, no, we're not men. We're women who, like, we're assigned men at birth, male at birth. Like, we already understand we have different chromosomes. Okay, nobody is making the claim, and if they are, they're psychotic. I forgot which side on a music notation for first ending. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's on the left. It's on the left side. Yeah, so I'm right. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then it goes back to the thing is it starts here. Yeah, so yeah, this is the intro. Bum 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 ba bum 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 ba bum ba dun 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 dun. Oh yeah, and I have to put the half rest, quarter rest. And this is all like an octave lower that I'm singing, but it's because it's really hard for me to go to lower. This was before I started transitioning, by the way. I was always like a kind of a tenor to begin with. I never really could go into these lower like baritone. I just don't want to now because it's gender dysphoria. And honestly, as I've been transitioning, I've learned how to like disassociate certain characteristics from my gender, such as my voice. Oh shit, yeah. My voice, for example. I don't know how long I was talking without the microphone on because I forgot that I muted everything. Basically, yeah, I banned that person because I reread what they said, and I realized this person is definitely like the whole biological men thing. It like no freaking trans person is like going around saying that they're biologically female. You know, that's a stupid thing to say. In fact, saying biological and then female or male is like it's just it's not a useful terminology. Like it's not useful terminology for anyone. Like the only place like chromosomes matter are like in specific medical like instances that are already rare. Like I don't think there's even a reason like for like unless there's some kind of like chromosomal like defect at birth, there's like really no reason to like people you have to like pay money to get a chromosome test. It's absolutely meaningless unless you're like unless you have some kind of like medical problem that is very specific, and I don't even know of any chromosomal related medical problems. But even then, it's like all it does is it tells your body what hormones to make when you're like like how the birth hormones, like the ones that form your fetus, like that's all it does at birth, like in the womb. And so any kind of argument that like oh well you're not really a biological female, like who cares? Is anybody really fully like there's people who are, I don't know, there's so many different cases of like intersexual and in different chromosomes, and nobody, it doesn't matter at all. The only reason people say that is because they want to delegitimize trans women. That's the only reason. They want to find anything they can to latch on to the fact that we were assigned male at birth, which is already harassing us as it is. It's like, you don't think that I'm already well aware that I was assigned male at birth? You don't understand that I am already dysphoric, okay? Like, I don't need your fucking bullshit rhetoric, okay? I'm already living it, okay? Like, I'm very much aware of my freaking my puberty that I went through, okay? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. And like no sane person out there is saying that like being trans makes you biologically female or whatever. Nobody's fucking saying that. We're saying we're trans and we are women because gender is not the same as biology. So these people, they just denying scientific like terminology. They're refusing to even like learn the terminology, and yet they have a really fucking strong opinion about us. And most normal people have kind of gotten the memo. And even if they haven't, they at least started like they at least stopped making the rhetoric, which is honestly that's like in the trans worlds, like that's better than anything we could hope for. Honestly, that's kind of how bad it is. That even just like being quiet about it, even if you have personal opinions, like if you don't know about something, then maybe you shouldn't talk about it. If like they think they know about it because it's like, oh, it's common sense. Like, no, it's not. That's what science is for. It's because not everything is common sense. We had to learn that light refracts a certain way and it creates a rainbow. Like, people used to think that there was some kind of magic, probably. Like, they were like, oh, what's that in the sky? Oh, it must be magic, sorcery. Like, no, like, you use empirical data to form conclusions, and even those conclusions aren't perfect. But honestly, like, any kind of argument that studies on gender and sex and like, body chemistry and all that kind of stuff is kind of ridiculous because people have been studying this since like the 30s, in just cisgender people. So it's like it's so ridiculous when people come up with these fucking crazy mental gymnastics, whatever fucking excuse possible to delegitimize trans people. That's really all it comes down to. And anybody who thinks otherwise has not been in the game long enough. They have not seen what I've seen. Okay, I've seen things, okay? I've heard it all. I'm trans, okay? I've heard it all. So if you think that you know more than me, maybe you do if you're like a scientist. or if you're like a lot more involved in it, like a political pundit who's like actually does their real research, like somebody like Hassan, or even Hassan. He claims he doesn't know a lot. He actually knows a lot more than he realizes. But honestly, there's people who know a lot more. But in the end of the day, like, that doesn't really matter. Because if you're coming from a place of bad faith where you're trying to delegitimize somebody's entire existence, and not only that, but make their life a living hell by basically making them an entire outcast of society that has absolutely no chance to fit into to society except in certain pockets of places. It starts to, if you replace it with like this Jim Crow stuff that people were so angry about, except for the racists. Then how come people aren't angry? These same people then turn around and get angry about the same exact thing, but towards trans people. They're like, oh, but it's not the same. See, yeah, it is. It's the fucking same thing, okay? You're saying that trans women can't use the women's restroom because we were assigned male at birth, and literally you have no real way of knowing what gender somebody is, like what gender someone was assigned at birth. Like there's really no reason to even like argue about it. Like, even if they were like a cisgender male, like, what if that person has diarrhea and they just need to poop so that they don't ruin their $100 pants or whatever? Let them poop, okay? Don't let them eat poop. That's actually dangerous. But let them poop. Like the freaking that false that weird quote that people keep attributing to whatever her name is. That weird quote of like, let them eat cake. But instead of let them eat cake, let them pee and poop. How's your day going? It's pretty good, Vicky Vix. Icky Vicky, you're so sicky. Oh my goodness. Meow. What's up? Yeah, I'm just responding to somebody I banned, but it's because this person seemed like they were coming from a place of good faith, but then I reread what they said and I'm like, oh, okay, this person's using terminology that's already been proven to only be used by the alt-right, but it's, it's a serious thing. I mean, like, honestly, like, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Anytime, like, literally anytime somebody says trans women in sports, 99,999 times out of 100,000, that person is coming from a place of bad faith, and they're just aiming to delegitimize trans women. There's the one case where that person's an actual scientist or something. Okay, I doubt that's gonna happen in Twitch chat. Okay, like, I doubt a scientist is gonna come in Twitch chat and have an intellectual conversation with a trans person. I doubt that's happening, okay? We're just trying to transcribe some, I mean, trans prefix is actually in a lot of things. And I'm trying to steer away from topics about trans issues. I'm not really, I already live it, okay? Like, I already have to live it. Why do I also have to talk about it? And I do sometimes. Sometimes I really enjoy talking about trans issues, but I don't really have the platform to educate many people, so it really just gets like annoyingly frustrating is what happens. Because I'm literally living through it. Why do I have to also explain it to people? And I don't. It's literally my stream. Asmongold was actually talking about this stuff today. That literally, like, anybody has any right to moderate their own channel the way they see fit. And it doesn't matter if you agree with it or not, because it's my house. My house, my rules. If I say no shoes and you walk in with mud, I'm going to kick you out of the house. That's all there is to it. It's pretty simple and straightforward. Should be. And you finish up at the gym. Yeah, I need to do my Pilates. I did it a little bit too hard the other day, and I've been just kind of resting a little bit. But I'm going to get back to it either today or tomorrow. Oh yeah, get some protein powder. Be careful with supplements though. Make sure to talk to your doctor. Especially if you're like diabetic or something. I don't take supplements. Supplements can be really nice though. Especially if there's a very specific thing you're trying to do. I would recommend talking to a doctor before you do anything like supplements or any workout in general. Like, you want to know what your body's limits are. You don't want to injure yourself because, if your goal is to have sustainable exercise and be fit and strong, you don't want to ruin it by injuring yourself. And you want to stay consistent. You want to keep things within a safe range, because otherwise you're not going to be able to work out anymore. And then you're not going to be able to get strong. So a lot of people, I think they go a little too hard, and they get like a whole bunch of supplements, and they want to bulk up or whatever. And then what happens is they end up injuring themselves, and then they can't work out anymore, and it really undermines their goals. Yeah, it's like, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just like, I only know you from my Twitch chat, so it's like, I literally don't know you, so it's like I have to like kind of speak as if there's a general audience, even though I'm a super small micro streamer. I still try to treat it like there's a million people watching. Even at my worst, I'm pretty open about my thoughts and about my emotions. I have to be, because if I can't just like stop and fake things, because my issues with autism and stuff, like, it's just, it'd be too tiring to constantly like filter everything. And I try my best to filter things to not be like, make things inappropriate or to make things like uncomfortable for people, but it's going to happen. And it happened yesterday on stream. I got really tilted yesterday and was screaming and stuff. And honestly, I don't think it's too bad on your end, like on the on the video end, because obviously I do have like noise filters, like that. You don't really hear that, like it just cuts out, So, and also it's a microphone, and like things are like a little bit easier to handle. But on my end, it does hurt me. Yeah, protein powder for post workout. Yeah, um, yeah, that's good stuff. I love it. Basically, we're transcribing video game soundtracks. I'm gonna be going like through the Super Mario 64 soundtrack, and I'm gonna transcribe them into sheet music so that I can so that I can use it to produce it, and make my own remixes, and then submit them to OC Remix. And hopefully, if I can get popular in OC Remix, if enough people listen to my remixes, and I have my website and my Twitter and stuff like listed on there, maybe I can get some discovery that way and start growing my Twitter. And if I can grow my Twitter, I can grow my stream. Because if I had 10,000 Twitter followers, I could at least get like maybe like 50 to 100 of those people translated to converted to Twitch viewers, potentially. I don't know. Like, I don't think there's a direct science to converting to, Twitter user conversion to Twitch stream. But, in the end of the day, the more the merrier. If I have more followers, I'm more likely to have more followers on Twitch, more viewers. And also, I am streaming on Twitter as well. So it's like, if I can start growing on Twitter, then literally my Twitter will grow itself by streaming on Twitter. Like, so it's like, if I have a bigger following, I'm more likely to get discovered because I'm multi-streaming, to like Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, D Live. Did I take off D Live? Oh no. No, I'm streaming in D Live. Yeah, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Oh. Wait, what happened to Twitter? Oh yeah, obviously Twitter doesn't go in restream chat. Because that's just, you get retweet. It's just it acts like a regular tweet. Just a second. Just like, just to make sure. Now that I'm thinking about it, sometimes I wonder about things. Like, did someone like mass report me and I got banned or something? For it's like, I don't deserve to be. I'm in a Twitter account in good standing. I've had my Twitter account since like 2009. I mean, 2011. And I've only gotten like one post taken down because it mentioned self-harm, but I wasn't even like mentioning self-harm in like a way that was like about like doing it. I was just like mentioned it as as a concept. And that was like the only time I've ever had a problem with Twitter. Was just was just one tweet that had to be removed, and it was just like a warning. I think there was a 24-hour ban or whatever, but yeah, I'm a Twitter account in good standing. I really have no reason why I should be banned. Um, I'm following their terms of service, and I have a separate account for anything that would normally get me banned on my main account. And I've tried looking at it at a on an incognito tab, literally you have to have you have to be logged in and have and have your account able to see sensitive content. And honestly, people who are minors probably their parents probably shouldn't let them on Twitter to begin with. But in the end of the day, you still have to prove that you still have to like list your you have to go an extra step to list your account as being able to see 18 plus content. So it's like I'm following Twitter terms of service. Like there's a lot that, and also I could be doing more. And I'm pretty vanilla when it comes to my alternate account. Pretty vanilla. The only reason it's not vanilla is because people assume that it's not vanilla because I'm trans. They're like, "Oh, I didn't want to see that." It's like, "Well, you didn't have to click on it." Second of all, would you be saying that if I had a vagina? If you see a woman and then you're expecting a vagina, you know, because they just see me as a woman, but then suddenly they see what's underneath and they're like, "Oh, that's not a woman, that's a man because she has because that person has a penis." And it's like, "Okay, well you literally like saw me as a woman until you saw my genitals and then like suddenly now you're all freaked out about it." It's kind of weird. And honestly, if you had seen a vagina, there would be no incident. So I think it's kind of weird that you don't freak out about accidentally seeing a vagina, but you freak out about accidentally seeing a penis. When you probably see penises all the day, if you look at porn a lot, you probably see a lot of penises. So because there's a lot of penises in porn, believe it or not. So it's weird when they see a woman with a penis, they suddenly see it as some kind of weird, "Oh, that's abusive, that's eye rape or whatever." It's like no, like you wouldn't say that if like if you had seen a vagina instead of a penis. And honestly, I am getting a vagina, so. And I shouldn't have to indicate that I'm trans on my bio. I really shouldn't. I put my pronouns. That's it. Because I think pronouns are useful. They have functional value. I don't think saying that I'm trans has any functional value to society other than personal value, which is obviously, fine for a lot of people. I don't think I should, I don't feel personally like I should transmit, this is the trans prefix again. I don't feel personally like that I should like, that everybody needs to know that I'm trans. And I do talk about it a lot. And it should be pretty obvious at this moment because I still have those things between my, that thing. I got rid of the 2 bits, but I have the twig. uh, but the same, but I'm getting a vagina, so it's like, I shouldn't have to tell anyone that. Oh God, what's all that noise? Oh, there's like some crashing noises outside. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's kind of ridiculous that trans people are expected to broadcast to the entire world our entire identity, the fact that we're trans, our entire medical history, what genitals we have to every single person just because someone's uncomfortable with the fact that they saw a woman and then were taken aback that we had a penis. Okay, like that's so ridiculous and abusive. And honestly, it's the same as like the fucking Jim Crow shit. And I hate like comparing it to like slavery. But it's not. And this it's really not nothing like it. It's nothing compares to how horrible chattel slavery was. Okay, nothing will ever change that. Okay, but it's also horrible how trans women are treated. It's not a zero sum game or whatever. It's not a game at all. In fact, it's not a competition. Okay, it's not like, oh, who was harassed more, a black person or a trans. It's not about that. It's just people being harassed and their human rights being violated. That's all there is to it. And the fact that like I have to basically feel pressure to disclose to every single potential sexual partner like what genitals I have or I might risk my life. Like it shouldn't matter if you're attracted to someone and then like you do see genitals that you're not really comfortable with. Well, then indicate to that person that you're uncomfortable, and then you get dressed. Or like And honestly, I don't think I know any trans person who would like, surprise someone with that anyway. But honestly, I think it's ridiculous that you should even have to disclose it. Genitals are genitals, no matter what. Like if you're attracted to someone, why does the genitals matter? And if it does, then you could just change your mind. You don't have to consent to have sex with someone. Just get over it. You see penises and vaginas all the time. You can just say like, "Oh, I'm not really comfortable," and you're like, "Okay," and then you get dressed. Maybe you say goodbye, or maybe you play some Xbox. I don't know. At no time should you be like murdering someone because they had a penis when you expected a vagina. That's so ridiculous. And I can't wait for a day to happen where I can actually feel safe being a trans person in this world. But I don't know if it's ever going to happen in my lifetime. I don't feel safe leaving the state. I definitely don't feel safe leaving the country because it's already bad enough in the United States in a lot of states. But then having to deal with like another country's social status for trans people, like it's just such an insane thing. And it's like it's just I wish it didn't have to be this way. I wish I could just live my life in peace. And most of the time, I think it's true that I can. I really do. I really do think that things are not as bad as I think they are. But that in certain places, they're a lot worse than I think they are, honestly. And I think a lot of people kind of, they feel like, oh, well, most people accept trans people in my community, so that must mean that it's like that. It's like, no, it's not anywhere near safe. It's not anywhere near safe. And you would know that if you were paying attention. And most people, honestly, shouldn't have to pay attention because they're not trans themselves or they don't have any trans people in their life. And honestly, I really don't think people should be forced to understand this. But, it is a problem that people just kind of like think that just because some kind of like, oh, well, I see a lot of supportive trans people in my own little circle. It's like, okay, well, it's still not like the battle is not over. Okay. Like, trans people are still getting beaten up on a daily basis or murdered just for being who we are, just because people think that we're gross. Which the whole think we're gross thing has been burned into you by uh fear mongering like throughout history. Oh, that person isn't normal. They're a freak. That's not right. They're messed up in the head. Like that's all this like fear mongering. It has no basis in reality either. It's just arbitrary. It's arbitrary hatred. That's all it is. 'Well, I got the A section down, and let me just oh, got the A section down. Ah, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, and 19. Oh, well, we got the A section written for the most part. I just need to write the second ending. Even the second ending is like not even that different. I'm just writing it just for structural reasons. Ba-da-bum. Like the only difference is ba-da-ba-ba. It's ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Like it's just the pickup. The only reason to have the it's the only reason to have and also it's B. Can I just like increase the canvas size? Like, is that possible? And go from the center. Yeah. And I think that's enough space. And then what I can do is pick this color and do a bucket. Whoops. What even happened here? There we go. Much better. A little bit more room there. I think I need a little extra room. Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough. Oh, and then of course lock that. It helps having like more room. And this is B. It looks like a butt. Okay. The B section is gonna come next. Okay, how does the yeah. So the second and and then that's the B section. And I'm gonna do that next. I'm taking a bit of a breather right now. And then we got the C section. Not a cesarean. I think that's fine. Oh. As long as I can see the whole staff, you know. I can even just erase these for now. Redo them. I'm gonna redo that treble clef. One, two, boom, bum, boom. Okay, so it's a. Wait. Yeah, it's a B flat. Two, three. Oops. Way too long of a stem. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-da-da, ba-ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. Ba-ba-da-dee, ba-ba-da-ba-da-da, ba-ba-da-ba, ba-ba-da-ba-da-dee. Okay, this is a quarter note. I mean, technically, if I was doing the the arrangement, I could do that in two different voices. So ta-da. Okay, no, never mind. It's a half note. Oh, I did it again. Oh, by the way, how big is the file getting? Hopefully it's not too big. Okay, it's super small. Yeah, I made it at a resolution so small. It is lower quality, but the goal of this is not to have super high quality that like is readable and like printable. And obviously I think it's pretty reasonable. I think it's pretty readable even at the lowest quality. This isn't even a, like this is like half a megabyte. This whole file, and I've had like all these different pages. So like this whole file is like half a megabyte. I think it's pretty readable, at least for me, for my purposes. Maybe not so readable. I mean, I don't know. I think a musician could look at this and it'd be pretty readable, in my opinion. I don't think my handwriting is that bad. It's not great. Honestly, I think also like my handwriting last time I was working, last time I was working on like doing a lot of arranging and stuff in college with sheet music. I ended up getting really good handwriting, but you know, that was in 2018 the last time I was doing arranging. Actually, it was like 2017. It was like fall semester. I wasn't really doing too much in 2018. I ended up dropping out, unfortunately. I just got overwhelmed, you know, staying at the college, focusing 100% on music, like whether it's rehearsals or practice or theory or jazz history. You know, I was there from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. And I wasn't working on music the whole time. I know how to take breaks. But even without, you know, even if I just take out all the rehearsals and all the theory and all the practice. I mean, if I take out all the if I took out all the rehearsals, all the theory classes, and if I take and if I only count the practice, the deliberate practice and the fun practice, I would say a maximum of 3 hours a day, and I kind of average like 1 to 2 hours a day. I think. I would make sure to always at least have 20 minutes a day, even if I felt like shit. If I felt like complete garbage, then I just wouldn't practice. But even like 20 minutes a day is good. But I was practicing my clarinet and saxophone for like I think a total of like 2 to 3 hours a day, and that was on top of rehearsals. So I was also playing the instrument in rehearsals, which is like at least like 3 hours extra. So I was doing, which is basically performance, but it's a different kind of performance because it's like practice, but it's not the same as what you do in the practice room. And there's a lot more space involved, because it's a rehearsal, it's a group thing. There's a lot of stuff to work on as a group. It's really important stuff, and that's why it's so important. That's why it's so important to spend your time in the practice room effectively, because you don't want, you know, you need to work on you need to know, you need to know how to play the music before you go to rehearsal. Rehearsal is not the place to rehearsal isn't the place to learn the music. Rehearsal is the place uh to um to improve the group. like as a whole group. Okay. Yeah, I'm actually making some, I mean, I'm going a little bit slow in my opinion. I'm going really slow, but then again, I'm trying to go at my own pace. I'm trying to develop good habits of every single day. I should try to transcribe something, even if it's only a few measures. From like transcribe something from some kind of like either. I think video game soundtracks good to do on stream. I don't want to risk doing anything other than that because I don't want to get DMCA. There's a lot of stuff to do in the video. There's a lot of different genres in the video game soundtrack world. So I think it's actually very useful. Obviously, there's a lot of transcription I need to do for jazz, but I could just do that off stream. It's fine. I don't need to do that on stream because I don't want to get DMCA. I could just turn off the music while I do it and just kind of just put on, um, just put on some different music for chat, or just play a cover. But even that, but I don't know. Ideally, I want to listen to the original performance, especially with jazz solo transcriptions, because like I want to like transcribe a John Coltrane solo specifically, or something like that. And it's not so much. And obviously, there's like the Omnibook where you have all everything's already transcribed for you. But I can't stress this enough how useful it is to do it yourself by hand, like literally, like do it like the way I'm doing right now. Like do this because it trains your brain a lot. And I would have to test this out to see if it's if the rhythms are correct. Pretty sure it is, but that's for later. I can check my work later. I could just cheat. And all the thing is, I've done enough music theory. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have to double check my work. But honestly, like I've had enough music training to kind of do it myself. And honestly, like what did they do back in the 1600s? They didn't have Finale or Sibelius or Muse score. They didn't have like Cakewalk by BandLab, or they didn't have Ableton Live or anything like that. They only had their understanding. They only had the laws, the rules of music. It's like a math equation. And so you basically just focus on trying to like know what you're doing. That's really takes a lot of practice, and and also a lot of sight reading. Sight reading is actually a really good skill to have. Probably like the number one skill to have as a musician, especially if you want to get work. Because especially the majority of work for musician that isn't like teaching, like the actual performance is going to be like in music in like Broadway productions, or like musical orchestra pit orchestra, like for pit orchestra for like musicals, or like Broadway musicals, or like opera. That's the majority of, obviously opera is going to be a lot more competitive. um but the more instruments you can play, and the easier you can sight read, the better you can sight read. That's pretty much gonna like give you a lot more work than sounding really good. Because if as long as you can sound decently, obviously you can't sound bad. You have to sound good. You have to sound decent or good, good enough. But if you can if you can play multiple instruments, and if you can sight read on all those instruments without a problem at all, you will get more work than any other musician out there. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to get the most competitive positions. You're probably going to get a lot of like kind of local, pit orchestra stuff for like, student productions or whatever. But, depending on your note, how much work you have under your belt or whatever. I mean, that's the reality. And sadly, I think there's like a lot of places that you have to be in a guild And where I live in like wine country, it's actually detrimental to be part of a musicians guild here because the majority of work here is like weddings. Like that's another thing, like weddings. If you can play at a wedding, at weddings and like other events, in wine country, because there's a lot of people that do that, and they're all they're not guild work. They're not guild gigs. So if you're in some place like Chicago, you want to join a musicians guild, or L.A. I think, yeah, L.A. Like if you're in L.A. or Chicago or New York, you want to join a musicians guild because that's where all your work's gonna get. But like in here, like in the wine country, San Francisco Bay Area, your majority of your work is going to get through private events like weddings and stuff like that, bar mitzvahs, all that kind of stuff. I've never been a working musician. I almost did, but I wasn't quite there yet. I was studying in college, and I didn't really get to the point of being a working musician. I did a few gigs, of course, that were paid. They wanted to just pay us in pizza. I'm like, we're gonna get our I guess, it was another student, but we kind of had like he was the manager of this group. This is outside of class. This was outside of college. This was like something that we all went to college together, but we did stuff outside of class. This was just a job. And he made sure that we all got paid because they were trying to get away with just giving us pizza, and then just paying him. And he's like, no, you're gonna pay all of my musicians. It was pretty freaking badass. I don't think I've ever met anybody in my life like this guy. I hope I get to see him again someday. I think he went like some crazy. I think he's like skyrocketed his career. He like went to Europe or New York or something. Yeah, he's pretty much just like skyrocketed his career. I'm so like freaking happy for him. I hope I get to see him again someday. Maybe my career can start to take off and I'll get to see him again. I don't know. I don't want to say, like nothing is forever, and just because I don't want to like decide things before they happen. It's to be continued. I may see him again and work with him again, maybe in a professional setting. Maybe I can skyrocket my career as a streamer, and maybe he can be on my stream and we could collaborate together. Maybe. I would like to do a lot of musical collaborations, especially as a streamer and YouTuber. That's kind of one of the goals is that's one of my goals. That's why I want to build a platform in the first place. Is so I can put my music passion out into the internet in a sustainable and business oriented way that'll actually be financially viable. And that's my goal, is to have a viable platform for my endeavors like music and stuff like that. And possibly more. Honestly, like I've been really excited about the potential that I have. But potential is not the same as actually making it happen. So we're trying to make it happen. I'm doing the work. This is the work. This is the start of the work. This isn't even the finished product. This is just literally me just getting the notes down so that I can work with them later. And we're not even at that part yet. I got the A section down, and we're going to start on the B section, kind of just taking a bit of a break, maybe even for the day. But I'm kind of just chilling right now. Yeah, let me just we can listen to something else. Get other music in our ears. Yeah. I think I've been like putting the music on too loud. I need to like not judge the sound meter, so I need to take the sound meter more seriously. Yeah, and so one day, on the bottom of my screen, you see the currently playing music. This is from OC Remix. My goal is to make enough remixes that get popular so that you'll actually see Rebecca Lauren down there. That's my goal. Literally see my own name on my stream. That is my goal. Okay, if we can get to that goal, I would be pretty happy. I'd be pretty freaking stoked, honestly. Because that's not an impossible goal. That is like kind of a challenging goal, I think. You know what I think is going on? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Wait, racing? It's estrogen time. It's clobbering time. It's estrogen time. Kind of like a weird juxtaposition because estrogen is usually compared to like more aggressive, not less aggressive, rather than more aggressive. Although honestly, you haven't met a mom who's trying to protect their child. If you think estrogen is weak, you have not met a mom who's trying to protect her child. Everything seems like way too bright. Let's see. Yeah, I think that might be reasonable. Put some extra light instead of normally I'd have my two other lights on. I think this is way better than before. With noise reduction. Without noise reduction. I think this is better. Are you ready to game? Are you ready to get poed? Are you ready? Ah! PogChamp. Did you do Pilates today? No, I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I kind of burned myself out. I don't want to like overdo it. But I am going to do some yoga in a bit. After I end the stream, I'm gonna do I'm gonna do with my headstand, and then I'm gonna take a shower. But I'm gonna wait until my dad wakes up again. He's taking a nap, you know. I don't want to wake him up with the shower. Yeah, I think I like where the settings are now. That's the LED light's only on when the camera's on. Yeah, I think I changed the settings for the better. It's just it requires lighting, of course, but that's always the case. I think it was way better than having the automatic exposure. The automatic exposure was just really crappy, creating a lot of even without noise reduction, this is actually still pretty good. Yeah, I think this is better without noise reduction. Because I have to realize that the preview is going to appear a lot sharper than the actual stream. I don't think that, I think it's too much. I think that's okay, right? Reasonable. Yeah, I think it's better with the noise reduction. Yeah, we're kind of just chilling right now. Not really like act. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I mean, we could really just kind of chill here for a bit anyway. Not really super important that I constantly be working. I might get back to some more work soon. I got the A section complete. I gotta double check my work though. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, we're gonna subdivide. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and Yeah. Okay, so it's subdivided into 8 notes. Rest, rest, rest. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Make sure everything is like fitting within the time signature. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to actually indicate that it's a 4/4 time signature. It's in C major. No sharps, no flats. Rest, 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 rest. Rest, rest. Oh, rest, 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 rest. Okay, rest, 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 rest. Oh, okay. Rest, 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 rest. Rest. Oh, rest, rest. Rest. Oh, rest, rest. Rest, 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 rest. Rest, 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 rest. Rest, 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 rest. Rest, rest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it's pretty simple, but it took me a while to write it down. It's a lot harder to transcribe than it is to sight read. Yeah, so we got it. We got it. This is accurate. Yeah, testing it if like accurately without external software, extremely important to do. It's important to understand music at a fundamental level instead of just relying on tools all the time. Obviously, tools are useful because they're tools, right? But in the long run, if you really want to understand music, you really have to get down and dirty and do what the people in like the 1600s would do. So people in the 1600s didn't have a computer to work with, unfortunately. Who knows what kind of music, what kind of dubstep Mozart would have been making? I'm pretty sure Beethoven would have been doing some freaking heavy metal. Like honestly, I'm pretty sure like most of our concepts of heavy metal come from Beethoven. Like honestly, like Beethoven was like the original heavy metal musician, like composer. There's even like heavy metal remixes of Beethoven, and it's like that's pretty much. I'm pretty sure that's what he intended. Like, obviously there's a lot of like social stuff that a lot of social stuff that kind of probably influenced a lot of stuff, especially like the church being in control of a lot of the world. I haven't got many views on my blog. I only got 3 views on my new article. How come it hasn't hit the algorithm? What the heck? Like I literally like made a contemporaneous article about a video that had just come out. This past week I've only had 5 visitors. And they all came from direct links. I mean, at least I'm getting views. And 94 of them were direct referrals from Twitter and my link tree. Ugh, my blog's not doing too well. I need to write more articles. Oh my goodness. I think it's time to end the stream. I'm not really being productive anymore. I'll see you guys next time. I really enjoyed today. I didn't really tilt today. At the start, I was trying to get started, but it was actually not so bad. Not as bad as it could have been. Uh, but you know, guys, it's just how it goes sometimes. Is sometimes you just kind of have like a bit of an issue. Like I sometimes have some issues. Okay, like I'm a human being. Okay, and I'm autistic. And that doesn't mean that I'm like, making excuses or that, like, oh, I am trying to improve and fit into society more. Obviously, I shouldn't be like compelled to, but I do feel like I should. I don't want to just be some outcast of society who just goes about her day, like not caring about other people. I really want to, be, and also, as in order to have a career, I have to be able to work with people. I mean, unless I can grow my YouTube to a point where I don't need anybody, but I honestly, like, I would want to work with people, not even if I didn't have to. Like, even if I didn't have to, I like working with people. I like talking to people. I like following the rules, like the best I can. Because it's like, obviously, it's like I like working with people, but I don't really have any opportunities. I try to find them, but it's just, I don't know how to find them. I don't know. Everything should be fine, okay? Like, don't worry. Everything will be fine in the long run. I'm just going through a lot of shit in my life, and when I will have my day. Okay, you only need to get famous once. So I've been putting a lot of effort into my life, okay, and outside of content creation entirely. And if I improve my own life, everything else will follow suit. That's the theory. A game theory. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I look at other YouTube channels, people who are making like really high quality content, and I'm like, what hope do I have? Like, I shouldn't compare myself to others, but it's like the quality of some of these creators is so astronomically high. How am I supposed to compete at all when I can barely even like show up in front of a camera? And when I do, like, I sometimes get really tilted, and I don't know. But then I look at people like XQC, and obviously he's a rare anomaly. Um, but like, like, I don't know. It's like there's a lot of things that go into content creation, and besides just like the actual video quality, there's a lot that goes into it. Anyway, bye. Bye bye.